presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Arizona.
It's a Friday night in downtown Phoenix. Diamondbacks baseball is back undercover in this monsoon-soaked week. The Milwaukee Brewers in town for the opener of a 3-game series, and we are just about set to go. It's the D-backs and the Brewers on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly along the way. The pitching matchup we have for you tonight is the same one we saw when the Diamondbacks opened a series in Milwaukee last week. Chase Anderson, the former Diamondback, on the mound for the Brewers. And for the D-backs, it's Braden Shipley. Bob, he made his major league debut against these Brewers last Monday at Miller Park.
Yeah, and other than the home run ball, I thought he pitched a really good ball game. Gave up a couple of solo homers and a 3-run bomb, but other than that was very effective, and then backed that up with a tremendous start against the Dodgers down in L.A. Maybe the only sane game on that road trip, 6 innings of 5-hit shutout baseball.
Yeah, so the key stat, the one you don't see there, July 25th at Milwaukee, the 3 home runs?
Yeah, I think so, you know, and understandable for a young guy making his major league debut. Left a few pitches up over the heart of the plate, but avoided that problem against the Dodgers.
Well, for Milwaukee, it's old friend Chase Anderson, who had really struggled this year, but his last 2 starts, beginning with his start last Monday against the Diamondbacks, has pitched really well.
Yeah, a lot of the Diamondbacks played behind Chase Anderson last year, and that coupled with seeing him in Milwaukee on that last road trip, they should have a real good idea of what Chase Anderson is going to try to do against him.
It's the first of 3, the D-backs and the Brewers, Braden Shipley and Chase Anderson. First pitch is coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prison TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros today. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by Gigablast, 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow. Well, the rain has finally let up. Roof and panels are closed, all buttoned up inside Chase Field, and just about set to go for Braden Shipley's third Major League start against former D-back Chase Anderson. First pitch is next on Fox Sports Arizona. Welcome to downtown Phoenix, Arizona. We're set for Diamondbacks baseball. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson along the way. It's the first of three against Craig Counsell's Milwaukee Brewers, who have not done very well away from Miller Park. They've won only 2 road series all season.
And Craig Counsell will line him up this way for the ball game tonight. Jonathan Villar at third base. You may remember we mentioned he's just holding that place until Arcia was ready. Well, Villar now moves over to third base with Scooter Gennett batting second at second base. Ryan Braun out in left field. Hernan Perez out in right field. Chris Carter at first base. Kirk Neuenhuis out in center field with Orlando Arcia at shortstop. Martin Maldonado doing the catching with Jonathan Lucroy long gone. And Chase Anderson, the right-hander, on the mound.
Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, making his third Major League start. It's Braden Shipley. He lost to these Brewers in his big league debut. That was last Monday at Miller Park when he gave up 3 home runs. But he was outstanding in his previous starts. Saturday at Dodger Stadium, 11 ground ball outs in 6 scoreless innings.
Yeah, really never appeared to be in any trouble whatsoever in that Dodger game. Every time they did get runners on base, he made his best pitches, and he was able to put that 0 on the board for 6 innings of work. Very, very poised young man out there on the mound.
Our eye on defense for the D-backs is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Jake Lamb at third base, Chris Owings at short, Gene Segura at second, and Paul Goldschmidt at first base across the infield. To be Tomas, Bourne, and Peralta left to right across the outfield, with Wellington Castillo behind the plate for the right-hander Braden Shipley.
The crew chief Jeff Kellogg is our plate umpire tonight. He'll have the balls and strikes. John Tumpain is at first, Chris Siegel at second, and Brian Honora is the third base umpire. There he is.
Third baseman number 5, Jonathan Villar.
So here we go, Braden Shipley. His second crack at these Milwaukee Brewers, and Jonathan Villar will lead it off. 297 and 8 home runs. One of those homers came off Braden Shipley last Monday in Milwaukee. And VR leading the major leagues. He's got 40 stolen bases, so keep him off the bases if you can. 2-0. Braden Shipley, the D-backs first-round pick in the draft 3 years ago out of the University of Nevada, where he began his collegiate career as a shortstop. He was the 15th overall selection in that draft, and coming off his first career win in LA last weekend. The 2-1 is lifted in the air toward the left field corner. Long run for Yasmani Tomas. He's at the wall. He's go. He had it. He had it, and it rolled away, and VR hustling into third. And he's in there. Yasmani Tomas climbed that bullpen wall and almost made a tremendous catch.
Long run for Tomas just to get to the spot. One quick look at the fence. Tried to use his foot to scale that wall out there. Eyes on the ball the entire time, into and out of his glove as he hit on the wall out there, and then had trouble picking it up after that. VR ends up at third base.
Scooter Gennett, the hitter. VR was content, it seemed, to stop at second base, but then when that ball rolled away from Tomas, he picked up an extra 90 feet, so it scored a double. And this one is hit right to Goldie. Oh, VR put the brakes on halfway down third. Goldie was ready to fire home, and VR, who made a break for the plate, suddenly stopped. So he stays at third, one away.
Left fielder, number 8, Ryan Braun.
That was oddly timed play right there. I think Goldie was willing to concede home plate initially, and then he saw VR stop, so he gave a look over there at third base, chasing him back to the bag. Ultimately, they do get the out on Gennett at first.
Ryan Braun steps in. Braun top 5 in the National League and hitting at .322. He's got 16 home runs. There is an error on the board. That is an E7 on Yasmani Tomas for allowing VR to go from second to third base.
Yeah, it wasn't on the missed catch up against the wall. It was after he got back down on the ground. He tried to pick the ball up, fanned on it once, and by the time he picked it up, VR had started his motor again and went second to third.
Infield creeps in for the Diamondbacks. The 1-0 to Ryan Braun. Missed inside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Braun has homered in each of his last 2 games. Brewers have just arrived here from San Diego. Braun homered Tuesday and Wednesday. They were off yesterday. Ground ball. Owings at shortstop, coming home, and they have VR. Got him. Wellington Castillo hangs on.
Infield in, VR going on contact. That ball hit right to Chris Owings. Goes into an easy out there at home plate. Fortunately, it looks like everybody's okay. VR really had nowhere to go. The throw led Wellington Castillo right into the baseline right there. And VR has no choice but to run right into the tag.
6-2 on the putout of VR at home. Braun at first after a fielder's choice. Now 2 outs. And the batter is Hernan Perez, who is red hot as of late. A very productive bat for Milwaukee since the middle of last month in the cleanup spot tonight. Shipley gets ahead 0-1. Perez batting .291 with 8 home runs. He has homered in 3 of his previous 7 games. And he is 4th in the league in batting average and RBI since the All-Star break. Fastball's in there at the knees, and Shipley's ahead 0-2. Gets that low strike call from Jeff Kellogg behind the plate. This is where he likes to go to that curveball he's got. Just got to make sure you keep it down against these guys. There it is.
Good location.
Loves that curveball in 2 strike counts, Braden Shipley. Short. CO is there, and they get the force on Braun. Well, the Brewers had the leadoff man on third with nobody out, but it's still a scoreless ball game. Chase Anderson coming up. Starting pitcher for the Brewers, former D-back Chase Anderson, just 6-10 this year, but he's won his last 2 starts, including a win over these D-backs last week in Milwaukee. He followed that by beating the Pirates in his previous start last Saturday.
As we mentioned in the open, Diamondbacks should be very familiar with Chase Anderson. A fastball, changeup, curveball combination. Really likes that changeup, especially in 2 strike counts.
The lineup for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks. Gene Segura leads it off.
And Michael Bourne will be batting second out in center field. Goldie at first base. Jake Lamb at third. Yasmani Tomas in left with David Peralta in right. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Chris Owings with a couple of nice plays already at shortstop. And Braden Shipley on the mound.
First pitch from Chase Anderson is in there for strike 1. Segura hitting .310. He's got 9 home runs. Well, we've seen plenty of Chase Anderson, certainly. Fastball, changeup, curveball. And if he's spotting that fastball and throwing it for strikes, that's when those other 2 pitches can become especially effective for him. Missed with that fastball, and it's 1-2 on Segura.
Chase Anderson in this ballpark has pitched 25 ball games, a 9-7 record with an ERA of even 4, averaging 5 2/3 innings in his starts here at Chase Field over the course of his career.
You see Martin Maldonado tap that mid on the ground. He wanted that ball down. Segura's going to make him throw it over there, and they complete the strikeout. Our eye on defense for the Brewers, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Yeah, the outfield will be comprised of Ryan Braun in left, Kirk Neuenhuis in center, Hernan Perez over in right field, Jonathan Villar and Orlando Arcia on the left side of the infield with Scooter Gennett and Chris Carter on the right side. Martin Maldonado figures to get the bulk of the playing time behind the plate with the trade of Jonathan Lucroy and right-hander Chase Anderson on the mound.
Anxious to see Orlando Arcia, the shortstop. He's only playing his third big league game. As Michael Bourne steps in, he has been the shortstop of the future for a while now. An outstanding defensive prospect. The bat hasn't quite been there yet, but they're getting his future sort of kick-started here following the trade deadline. Michael Bourne gets this up in the air to deep right center field. Hernan Perez is there. There are 2 outs. Well, Bob, time now for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Pretty simple. Feed me pizzas and tacos. It's been a while. It's 5 games in a row without tacos. As a matter of fact, we've only had tacos 5 times in the last 20 ball games, and a pizza would mean a win. So let's get some food going here, guys.
And Diamondbacks have been outscored 46-11 during their current 4-game losing streak. So we've been going hungry. Here's Goldie. Maldonado sets up inside. Chase misses down and in, and it's ball 1.
One of the security guards down on the concourse level, or actually down on the service level, Richard said he had to put some more holes in his belt. He's losing weight because he hasn't had tacos and pizza.
We're overdue. So the numbers on Goldie: 296 and 17 home runs. Tied with Jake Lamb for the team lead in RBIs. Fastball down and away. And it's fouled back. 2-1 on Goldie, who has gone hitless now in 4 of his last 5 games. So as he starts the ball game off tonight, he's 3 for his last 19 up there. There's Jake Lamb in the on-deck circle. Three balls and 1 strike. Chase Anderson, a 9th round pick by the Diamondbacks out of the University of Oklahoma. That was back in the '09 draft. Goldie drives this toward the right field corner. Hernan Perez on the run and foul ground, but he won't get there. And it's a full count, 3-2.
You mentioned the young shortstop for the Brewers, Orlando Arcia. The domino effect is Jonathan Villar, who had been playing shortstop, moves over to third base, and Hernan Perez, who had been playing third, moves out to right field. It's not very often you bring up a rookie and move 2 guys hitting nearly 300 off their normal positions.
Both Villar and Perez have had very good years offensively for Craig Counsell, so they'll find spots defensively for the bats as that one's fouled behind Matt Williams. And Ron, don't call me Cliff Pennington, is on that one, our Golden Glover down the left field line. And there is Dick Wrong Way Roberson. He's out there in right tonight.
He's right where he needs to be. Left-handers down the right field line, right-handers down the left field line.
Very sabermetrically inclined. Here is Orlando Arcia. And Goldie grounds out a 1-2-3 first for Chase Anderson. No score at Chase Field.
Diamondbacks did announce today that Zack Greinke will start Tuesday at Citi Field against the Mets. I should say Chip Hale actually mentioning that he felt great last night in his rehab start at Reno. He did get hit, gave up 2 home runs, but for Zack, he said he felt 100% as far as the oblique goes, and he felt strong. The velocity was good, and guys, he appears to be ready to go.
Chris Carter flies out to Michael Bourn to open up the second. Thank you, Jody. So we anticipate seeing Zack next week at Citi Field in New York to start that road trip.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Zack recently down in the bullpen working with some of the Diamondbacks' younger pitchers, but it'll be really good to see him out on a game mound where he can show those guys all the theories he was talking about down in the bullpen.
Well, Braden Shipley, 3 ground ball outs in that first inning. Carter flies out to open up the second. Here's Kirk Nieuwenhuis. 218 and 10 homers. There's a strike. Nieuwenhuis has really swung the bat well lately. He's hitting .342 in his last 12 games, including 5 home runs. You never know when Kirk Nieuwenhuis is going to jump up and bite you. Waived by the Mets in December, picked up by Milwaukee. The author of what, of course, will always be known as the Kirk Nieuwenhuis game for Diamondback fans. That was July 12th at Citi Field in New York last year. Nieuwenhuis hit 4 home runs last year with the Mets, 3 of them in 1 game against the Diamondbacks. 2 off Ruby De La Rosa, 1 more off Randall Delgado. Mets won that ball game 5-3. Shipley behind 3-1.
See, I prefer the Nieuwenhuis game that we saw on the road trip at Miller Park. He made 3 errors in the first 2 innings of the ball game playing right field.
That's actually impossible to do. Yet it happened.
Yes, it did.
1 out walk to Nieuwenhuis.
And between Jonathan Villar playing shortstop that day and Kirk Nieuwenhuis in right field, they had 5 errors combined in the first 2 innings of the ball game.
And I remember our increasingly reliable staff looked that up, and I think it was the first time it had happened since 1985 or something like that, that a right fielder in a big league game had committed 3 errors in any 2-inning span. So here is the rookie shortstop Orlando Arcia, just turned 22 years old yesterday. They are thrilled about this young man, their #1 prospect in their system. He made his major league debut Tuesday in San Diego and is still looking for his first big league hit. His numbers with AAA Colorado Springs. He was a Pacific Coast League All-Star. The bat is not quite caught up to the glove just yet. He hasn't hit as much as they thought he might this year. But everybody's been raving about this young man. Wellington Castillo wants a word now as Shipley suddenly is having problems throwing strikes.
Well, Arcia should fit very easily into Craig Counsell's offense. He loves to run. Big stolen base seasons in the minor leagues, and we know that the Brewers, when they get the right personnel on base and the right guys at the plate and the right game situation, Craig Counsell likes to start the Rabbits.
Yeah, Arcia 15 stolen bases at Colorado Springs this year. Got a lot of guys that steal bases on this ball club, and they're all up at the top of the order. You got Villar, who leads the majors with 40. Scooter Gennez 7 steals. Braun stolen a dozen. Perez is 19 stolen bases, so they will run on you. Braden Shipley said he was successful last Saturday at Dodger Stadium by sticking with that game plan, which is staying down in the zone. Use that sinker effectively, and then throw that changeup and curveball off that when you're ahead in the count. But he's been falling behind in counts in this inning. This is driven to right field. Peralta. Uh-oh, they got Nieuwenhuis off the bag, and he is just back in time. That was hit on a rope to right field. David ran it down. Nieuwenhuis was halfway to second and just did make it back safely.
I thought that ball was going to drop in front of David myself. It carried a lot further than it looked like it was going to off the bat, so Nieuwenhuis got way off that bag.
The freight train running that one down. So Nieuwenhuis at first with 2 outs for the catcher. And he is their new starting catcher with the trade of Jonathan Lucroy. It's Martin Maldonado. Lucroy traded to the Texas Rangers at the deadline. So here's Maldonado. 211 with 4 homers. One of those homers was a big 3-run shot against Braden Shipley last week in Milwaukee. Chases a high fastball, and it's 0-1. This was their first meeting at Miller Park last week.
Yeah, this was the home run that really hurt Braden Shipley. A couple of Brewers on base for Martin Maldonado, and he knocked one up in the second deck in left field.
Maldonado has hit safely in 7 straight games. That's a career high. And he figures to get a lot of playing time over the final 2 months of the season following the Lucroy trade. Check this swing. He did not go John Tumpane, and it's 1-1. Of course, Maldonado has a home run history against the Diamondbacks. He won that 17-inning game at Miller Park last year, May 31st. Brewers won that 7-6, a walk-off in the 17th. Nieuwenhuis got a tremendous jump, and Braden Shipley was not paying attention. He's in there standing up. That's Nieuwenhuis's 8th stolen base of the year.
That's a Dave McKay-like stolen base right there.
It looks like it does.
Must have something on Braden Shipley's delivery to home plate, because Nieuwenhuis just turned and took off while Shipley was still standing on the rubber.
2-1 on Maldonado. Well, you're behind on a guy that's got some power. 3-1. You've got first base open and the pitcher on deck. And that's the second walk of the inning issued by Braden Shipley. They'll work to Chase Anderson.
Certainly not an intentional walk, but possibly a strategic walk right there. As you mentioned, had a base open, a guy that has some thunder in that bat, has a history against Braden Shipley. Why not just pitch him carefully? If you lose him, and go after Chase Anderson.
So here's Chase. Nieuwenhuis on second, Maldonado at first. 2 outs. 4 for 30 this year at the plate. Shipley with 3 ground ball outs, which is how he makes his money in the first inning. But here in the second, a fly ball and a line drive. So the Brewers are getting it up in the air against him here in the second. Roller to shortstop for CO. And Braden Shipley strands 2. We are scoreless at Chase Field.
Let's take a moment and look back in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. We go back to August 5th, 1937. A game between Newport and Johnson City in the Appalachian League ends in the 6th inning because they ran out of balls. That's pretty good.
Well, the Appalachian League in 1937 apparently not that well funded. Chase Anderson a 1-2-3 first, and now he'll work to Jake Lamb, Yasmani Tomas, and David Peralta. In the bottom of the second here at Chase Field, the opener of a 3-game series, the D-backs and the Brewers. And Jake Lamb will lead it off. His 23 home runs leads the Diamondbacks. He and Goldie each with 69 RBIs. And Jake batting .281 on the year. He has homered in each of his last 2 games. So that left hand is feeling a whole lot better. Brewers will put the shift on. RC, the shortstop, moves over to the first base side of second. And there you see Scooter Gennett on the outfield grass. This was Jake Lamb Wednesday against Washington. He homered off Max Scherzer. High fly ball to left for Ryan Braun, just shy of the warning track. One away.
He didn't miss that by much. Made a good sound right off the barrel of the bat. Just got a little bit too much air under it that time.
Number 24.
Well, the red hot Yasmani Tomas batting 5th tonight. He's second on the team with 19 homers and 3rd in RBIs, batting .269 on the year. And like Jake Lamb, Tomas has homered in each of his last 2 games. In fact, he's got 6 home runs in his last 11 games. And if Chase misses with a changeup or a curveball, Tomas will do this.
Especially on the inside part of the plate. No doubter by Tomas on a hanging breaking ball.
Max Scherzer hung one, and Tomas did not miss it. And Bobby's really made progress, and it's been a short span here, but he has looked so much more patient up there at the plate the last week or so. Not always swinging at the first pitch like we see so often. That National Series, he was ahead in the count more often than not, but he's down here 1-2.
Now should be 3-0.
But that's great plate discipline right there.
Yeah.
Tomas would always chase that pitch before. But Yasmani has been driving the offensive bus as of late. Last 15 games, he's hitting .375. 6 doubles, 6 homers, and 12 knocked in his last 15.
Tomas with his home runs recently has moved past Goldie into second place on the team in homers behind Jake Lamb's 23. Yasmani with 19. Goldie with 17.
Hitting .344 since the All-Star break. Takes a close one on 2-2, and he's worked it full. Good at bat here for Yasmani Tomas. Second full count of the ball game so far for Chase Anderson.
Change up.
And he hammers it deep to left. There it goes. El Tanque, Yasmani Tomas. That's number 20, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks. I tell you what, the last 2 weeks or so, he looks like a completely different guy up there.
He really does. Well, something had to give. Chase Anderson going to his best pitch, the straight changeup. Yasmani Tomas has been hammering off-speed pitches lately. That one right over the heart of the plate. Another no-doubter.
Well, as we said when he stepped up, if Chase hangs a curveball or a changeup, the way Tomas has been going, he will not miss it. David Peralta. So Tomas is now homered in 3 in a row. That's another jumbo jack, courtesy of our friends at Jack in the Box. A free jumbo jack tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink.
You know, not that Yasmani has ever lacked for confidence, but when you start to put together extended at bats like he's done recently and still get a good result at the other end, boy, that is a huge step forward for Yasmani Tomas.
Do you think the light goes on and he says, so this is what they've been talking about the whole time?
Now I get it.
I get a lot better pitches to hit when I'm ahead in the count than when I'm behind. This could work out. Shift is on for Peralta, and it's 1-2. David hitting .253. He's got 4 homers. He doubled twice in the ball game against Washington on Wednesday. That was strike 3, and he knew it. Second strikeout for Chase. 2 outs. One more look at the Tomas homer.
Number 7, Wellington pass.
Just about 99 off the bat. That cleared that whole first section of seats out there. Wellington Castillo. Castillo .253 and 11 homers. He is 0 for 13 with 7 strikeouts in his last 4 games. With a head here 2-0.
Yeah, it looked like Wellington was starting to come around toward the tail end of that road trip. Started to drive the ball a little more. Hit a ball in the gap in left center in Milwaukee. Hit one to the gap in right center in LA. Beef mode.
He's in it. Well, you wanted pizza and taco. So far, we've gotten you a jumbo jack.
That's a start.
That's a third of the way to the fast food trifecta. Tacos if you get 5 runs. Pizza if you get the win. The 3-0 to Beef Wellington. He walks him. First walk issued by Chase Anderson. That'll bring up Chris Owings, the shortstop. CO batting .264. He's homered twice this year.
Chris Owings.
Chase had a nice quick 1-2-3 first inning, but he's at 30 pitches now and he's thrown only 16 strikes. That's 5 consecutive balls.
He's trying to nibble away at that outside corner. Doesn't want to give in to the strike zone unless he absolutely has to.
That's where he gets in trouble. We've certainly seen plenty of Chase Anderson. When he's not getting those called strikes with that fastball, bad things happen. 6 consecutive balls. We threw some very good pitches to David Peralta, struck him out looking, but walked Castillo. Now the 2-0 to Owings. That's in the seats.
Noticed one unusual thing about Chase Anderson's splits. When he's ahead in the count, opposing batters are hitting .288 against him. When he's behind in the count, .269. I think that's because he throws that changeup so much when he's behind in the count.
That has always been his best pitch, that changeup. Jeff Kellogg says strike 2. Just gets a piece of that fastball. It stays 2-2 on Chris. Seo coming off an 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts Wednesday versus Washington. That snapped a 5-game hitting streak for him. They got signs for everybody, those two.
Right on top of it.
Yeah. They need a bunch of seats for their signs. Fly ball short right center. Bettis coming in. And he's got it. But Yasmani Tomas hits home run number 20. He's homered in 3 consecutive games. Diamondbacks lead it 1-0. Homer has given the Diamondbacks a 1-0 lead. Greater coverage of baseball now brought to you by T-Mobile. A look around the rest of the National League West. Jeff Samardzija and the Giants, they lose again, beaten at Nats Park by Dusty Baker's Nationals 5-1. Rockies messing around. They're right in the thick of the wild card race, Colorado, but they are hosting the Marlins. They trail at 1-0. Dodgers and Red Sox just underway. Stephen Wright, the knuckleballer, against Scott Kazmir, and Jeremy Hellickson, former Diamondback, on the mound for the Phillies at Petco Park, San Diego. Jonathan Villar, who doubled to lead off the ball game, leads off the Milwaukee third against Braden Shipley.
You mentioned the Rockies, only 3 out of that wild card. You go back to that date of June 24th when the Diamondbacks pulled within 4 games of 500. Since then, the fortunes of the 2 teams, the Rockies and the D-backs, have gone exactly the opposite direction. The D-backs are 7-25 since then. The Rockies are 20-15, bringing their record to an even 500.
And they just called up David Dahl, one of their top prospects, the outfielder. They're without Trevor Story, of course, likely for the rest of the year after a thumb injury. 2-1 on VR.
It could be that my memory is just this bad, but I don't remember VR wearing that big jaw guard in Milwaukee.
I think you're right. Well, Shipley's already walked 2. And he's gone full on VR to open up the third. VR with 13 hits in his last 11 games, 7 of them for extra bases. That's foul. And of course, he's a switch hitter, so I don't know if he has one for either side of his face.
I don't remember one from either side of the face in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Braden Shipley can get into trouble with the bases on balls. He walked 4 against these Brewers last week in Milwaukee. And so far through 2+, he's walked 3. And now he'll pitch to Scooter Gennett.
You have to keep an eye on VR over there at first base. He loves to run. 40 stolen bases coming into play tonight. 2 more than Billy Hamilton of the Reds.
Yeah, he's leading the major leagues in steals.
And they said he likes to run a little crazy at times too.
He's been caught 12 times. Gennett grounded to first his first time up. Scooter Gennett 274 and 9 homers. Gennett was the second hitter that Braden Shipley ever faced in the major leagues. And he hit a homer off the center field scoreboard above the hitter's background at Miller Park. It was a rude awakening for Braden Shipley as Gennett, a little guy, did this. This is his second batter of his career, and that one clanks off the scoreboard.
Yeah, he has really surprising pop in that bat. He was putting on a show in batting practice today, dunking baseball after baseball into the RamTrucks.com pool.
Just a little guy at 5'10", 185. And Gennett had a good series against the Diamondbacks at Miller Park. 4 games, he had 6 hits and 4 RBIs.
Gennett in that series also hit a pop-up that landed right behind the pitcher's mound. Dominic Leone and Gene Segura ran into each other trying to make the play, and then later in the same ball game a hit off Daniel Hudson. Little floater up the middle of the field that barely reached the outfield grass.
VR takes off for second. Gennett fouls that one over the Brewer dugout. Yeah, that was the pitch that Huddy got up and in on Gennett right where he wanted it, and Gennett somehow just fought it off and it dropped it in no man's land. And it seems like Huddy has had the lion's share of those types of hits the last few weeks. A pop-up, very playable for Bourne, who comes in. Another fly ball out for Braden Shipley. He's at his best when he's getting ground ball outs. He had 11 at Dodger Stadium on Saturday. He had 3 in the first inning tonight. But over the second and third, he's walked 3, and he's had more balls in the air than on the ground. Oh, typical Chase Field welcome for Ryan Braun. They love him here in Phoenix.
One of the few holdovers. I mean, the Brewers are deep in the middle of a rebuilding process right now. They traded 9 players in the offseason. They traded 2 more at the deadline this year. When this season started, half of their 40-man roster was new.
Well, they have done a tremendous job restocking their farm system. It's one of the best in baseball right now. Braun hit into a fielder's choice in his first at bat. All the people that do that at the different publications will re-examine everybody's farm system after the trade deadline to see who restocked with prospects, and the Brewers are now right near the top of the list. Traded Lucroy to Texas. They traded the pitcher Will Smith to the Giants. Here's a strike, and it's 0-1 on Braun.
Jeremy Jeffress went with Lucroy, right, to Texas in the same deal. Yeah. Nice arm for the tail end of the bullpen. He'd been closing here for the Brewers.
Rangers lost in Houston today, 5-0. Well, the Atlanta Braves at the trade deadline acquired Matt Kemp from the Padres. There's the Lucroy deal. But there was a report following the deadline that Atlanta actually reached out to the Brewers first about Ryan Braun. But Milwaukee was not interested in trading Braun strictly as a salary dump, so those talks reportedly didn't get very far. But apparently once they struck out on Braun, they called the Padres and got Matt Kemp instead. Shipley at 40 pitches, only 21 strikes. Braun is still owed at least another $76 million over the next 4 years after this one. Foul behind Ed Cedar at third. 1-2 on Braun. Braden Shipley has had a pitch from the stretch virtually the entire ball game so far. Fastball missed, and it's 2-2. Villar doubled to lead off the ball game. Neuenhuis walked in the second batter of that inning. A leadoff walk to Villar in the third.
Kind of surprised Villar is still over there at first base. We saw Kirk Neuenhuis get such a big jump on his stolen base. And you just assumed that it was something in Shipley's delivery that tipped him off, but Villar hasn't even attempted to break for second base.
Braden is really struggling to locate tonight. He's gone full on Braun 3-2. He's already walked 3. Villar goes on the 3-2 pitch. That's a bouncing ball to shortstop. Owings gets the force, and they roll the double play. Nicely turned by Chris Owings and Jean Segura. And hold on, they'll double check the replay. The Brewers have put up a stop sign. Let's see if they got that force on Villar at second before we go to break. Diamondbacks are remaining on the field. Greg Counsell looking to his video people for a suggestion on whether they should challenge this one. It was awfully close at second there. Pat Murphy, the bench coach, on the phone. And you can see no challenge from the Brewers. So Shipley is out of the third, and he's got a 1-0 lead. home run. Hey fans, Zack Greinke bobblehead day is tomorrow here at the ballpark. You still have time to get tickets. First 20,000 fans to the Diamondbacks game against the Brewers. It's a 5:10 start tomorrow. Get the Zack Greinke bobblehead. That's courtesy of Safeline Auto Glass. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. Patrick Corbin versus Matt Garza tomorrow, 5:10 start. Braden Shipley leads off the third against Chase Anderson. And Chase gets his third strikeout, one away. That'll bring up Gene Segura, the former Brewer. He struck out his first time up. Out of play. Well, Chase Anderson, the first time through the Diamondback order, has given up just one hit. The Tomas solo homer, the 20th of the year for Yasmani. The 3-2 changeup that Anderson left up, and Tomas did not miss it. It's the inside strike call there from Jeff Kellogg, and it's 0-2. Chase has walked one, struck out three so far. Headed for the radio booth. Just missed Tom Candiotti, who didn't flinch. We should note that the governor, Greg Schulte, is not working this series.
He's doing some advance work. He flew on to New York to do some scouting.
He and Nancy are scouting.
Yeah.
So the moral compass, Mike Farron, is on the radio call this weekend. Working with the Candyman. The 0-2 to Segura. Swing and bunt. Let's see if it rolls foul, and it does. By the way, did you notice A.J. Pollock here, BB?
Yeah.
Taking batting practice before the ball game. Well, A.J. took batting practice here this afternoon, then drove over to Tempe Diablo Stadium to play the first game of his rehab assignment. Base hit to left field in his first at bat over there.
He looked good swinging the bat here in batting practice. Wait a minute on the governor.
Yeah.
He told me he was going on to New York to scout the Mets for us for that big series, but the Mets are in Detroit.
You discovered a flaw in the plan, did you?
Yes, I did.
I think he's actually trying to find tickets to Hamilton. He and Nancy like to go to the shows.
Yes,
they are big supporters of the arts. And there they are. They lost at Comerica Park in Detroit. So I smell a rat. We'll see the governor when we get there. Sunday night, we'll get in late after the ball game on Sunday here. Off day in New York Monday. And then 3 against the Mets Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then it's off to Boston. Mets in that series, by the way, they'll have Steven Matz, the left-hander, Tuesday. We get Big Bart Wednesday, Bartolo Colon. And then Thor Thursday, Noah Syndergaard. That's a getaway day game Thursday afternoon at Citi Field. And then 3 at Fenway Park over the weekend. Called strike 3. 4th strikeout for Chase Anderson.
Center fielder, Michael Bourne.
Everybody is so familiar with Chase Anderson getting to a 2-strike count and either throwing that straight changeup or the big curveball that a couple of the D-backs hitters are taking fastballs right down the middle on a 2-strike count. David Peralta back in the second, and now Gene Segura here in the third.
Michael Bourne flying out his first time up. Red Sox have taken a 1-0 lead at Dodger Stadium. Stephen Wright against Scott Kazmir in that ball game. Bourne belts one toward the right field corner. Perez won't get there, and one hops the wall, and it's in the bullpen. 11th double of the year for Michael Bourne. Just the second hit for the Diamondbacks against Chase Anderson.
Every now and then Michael will do this on an inside pitch. Generally he tries to hit the ball to the big part of the ballpark, left center to right center, but every now and again he'll look for a pitch from the middle of the plate in. If he gets it, he tries to jerk it down that right field line like he did right there.
A chance for a 2-out RBI for Goldie, who grounded out in his first at bat. 3 for his last 20 at the plate. Goldie and Jake Lamb each with 69 RBIs this year. Tied for the team lead. Jake on deck. 50 pitches for Chase Anderson, 30 strikes. That fastball missed, and it's 2-0. Garcia, the shortstop. It's a nice backhand stop and throws him out. Chase Anderson strands that 2-out double. Diamondbacks lead it 1-0.
At Chase Field, D-backs with a 1-0 lead. Braden Shipley, he was caught by Wellington Castillo against the LA Dodgers his last time out. Not in that game against the Brewers, but Wellington said, look, his advice to him was just go out and be yourself. What he liked about him in that LA game was able to throw the curveball and change up the off-speed stuff. 4 strikes, and when he was behind in the count. Tonight, guys, more of a battle with 3 walks out there. But the thing that he liked the most about this young man is the confidence. He said that's something that he had even prior to that Dodgers game, but he feels like it was simply growing with that outing in LA.
He's a very easygoing kid, Braden Shipley. He didn't appear nervous at all, Bob. And talking to him, he's a fun guy to talk to. Seems to be, have both his feet on the ground at this level.
Very poised. He got into some jams, especially in that series in Milwaukee. The start in Milwaukee, rather. He got into some jams in that ball game, but by his body language and the expression on his face, you could never tell. Just grinding out pitch after pitch after pitch of that outing.
Hernan Perez leads it off for the Brewers. Got a hanger that time and rolls it into left. Just the second hit for Milwaukee, but once again the leadoff man is aboard. They've had the leadoff man reach base safely in 3 of the first 4 innings against Braden Shipley.
Curveball just hanging on that inside part of the plate. There's a lot of downward movement, not quite a 12-6. It's about like an 11:30 to 5:30 curveball. But left that one on the inside part of the plate, and Perez bangs it into left field for a leadoff hit.
Well, you got to be careful putting guys on ahead of big Chris Carter, who flying to center his first time up. Leads the Brewers in homers and RBIs. Leads the National League in strikeouts. So he is very much an all or nothing man. But he has homered in 3 of the Brewers' last 6 games.
Yeah, over the last 3.5 seasons, Chris Carter has hit the 8th most home runs in the majors, 118. He struck out the 2nd most times as well, 682.
A 1-year free agent deal with Milwaukee, signed in January. The last 3 years with Houston. It's this one high in the air, deep right center field. David Peralta. And he's got it just shy of the wall out there. Somehow that stayed in the yard. Another fly ball out for a ground ball pitcher.
Pitch up there about belt high out over the plate. Carter's hit the ball hard twice with nothing to show for it. A deep fly ball to center field in his first at bat, and that drive out near the pool in his second.
Kirk Nieuwenhuis walked and stole a base in his first plate appearance tonight. Hernan Perez will run on you. He's stolen 19 bases this year. He's only been caught 3 times. We mentioned this in Milwaukee, and it's just so drastic we'd be remiss if we didn't show it to you. Kirk Nieuwenhuis, he really likes Milwaukee. He's hitting over 300 at Miller Park. He's got 9 home runs there. A $130 away from Miller Park with 1 home run.
Big fan of cheese, beer, and motorcycles, apparently.
Well, who isn't? Come to think of it, we had that one game here on the last homestand where the guy was wearing the cheesehead hat behind home plate, and he's not here tonight. That's a little disappointing. Just inside, and it's 1-1. They get Nieuwenhuis to move his feet. Each team so far with 2 hits. Diamondbacks have the only run. Now Yasmani Tomas, a solo homer in the second, his 20th of the year. Do have some Brewer fans with us. That guy had the Barrelman cap on. It's headed toward the seats along the left field line. Tomas is there, but it's out of play. 1-2 on Nieuwenhuis, and a nice catch out there. Perez takes off for second. Nieuwenhuis yanks that one foul.
Curveball banged off that front foot.
That curveball has been up. That's not good. He was so effective against the Dodgers when that ball was at the knees and down. But tonight so far he's left a couple belt high. Perez bluffs and holds it, rolls away from Castillo, and now he'll get second. Took a couple of steps and then froze, but gets the 90 feet anyway.
Better breaking ball that time, actually hit right off of home plate and up into the mask of Wellington Castillo. Be interesting to see how they score that one. If a runner's breaking for second base when the ball is thrown in the dirt, he's credited with the stolen base even if the ball gets behind the catcher, but he had clearly stopped down there at first base and then advanced on to second when the ball got by.
Looks like a wild pitch. 2-2 on Kirk Nieuwenhuis. Fastball missed inside and the count is full. Nieuwenhuis walked in his first plate appearance. Shipley has walked 3 tonight.
Well, he's gotten away with some bad curveballs in this at bat to Kirk Nieuwenhuis. Another one that just kind of stayed right there in the middle of the plate.
This is a guy that's got 5 home runs in his last 12 games, Kirk Nieuwenhuis. Three and two. A bouncer to first. It backs up Goldie. Shipley is there. And Perez moves to third.
Not an easy play, but Goldie and Shipley made it look easy. Goldie had to back up to play the big hop. That made it a longer overhand throw rather than that underhand shovel toss. Right on the money to Braden Shipley, who was hustling over there to cover the bag.
So with Perez at third and 2 outs, here's Orlando Arcia, the rookie shortstop, just 22 years old, still looking for that first big league hit.
Watch that first pitch. We're told that Arcia has been very aggressive.
Lays off that pitch in the dirt. First pitch change up to the rookie shortstop. Arcia just made his major league debut Tuesday at Petco Park in San Diego. Big cut at that one. Curveball's a strike and it's 1-1. Shipley stranded 2 runners in the second. Got a double play ball to get out of the third. Now trying to leave Perez at third here in the fourth. 1-2.
Great location for that curveball, right down there at the bottom.
60 pitches, just 33 strikes. Two and 2 on Orlando Arcia. There's a brother who's a major leaguer. Osvaldo Arcia was with the Minnesota Twins, now in Tampa Bay. Base hit, his first major league hit is an RBI single, and it's a 1-1 ball game. They're on their feet in the Brewer dugout.
don't care if you're a rookie or a 10-year vet. This is a nice approach right here. Bad changeup up above the belt, but Arcia stays right on it, lines it into right field for his first knock, first RBI.
And now we have all 4 umpires getting together just on the first base side of the mound.
No idea what this could possibly be about.
Yeah, this is very unusual.
They're moving Arcia from first to third base.
Chip Hale will get an explanation here from Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief.
Yeah, I think the issue is that Jean Segura, realizing that it was his first base hit in the big leagues, threw the ball into the dugout to give the Brewers the young man's memento. Unfortunately, nobody had called timeout. The ball thrown from the field out of play is 2 bases.
The only thing it could possibly be. So now you've got Arcia at third in a 1-1 ball game, and Martin Maldonado will be the batter.
I don't think they're going to let him swing the bat this time. Castillo's holding out 4 fingers. They're going to go ahead and walk Maldonado.
This will be the 4th walk of the ball game for Braden Shipley. And they'll pitch to Chase Anderson with runners in the corners and 2 outs.
See, that's what you get for being a nice guy, Jean Segura. He recognized that it was the first base hit, so he just tossed the ball over to the Brewers dugout. Unfortunately, nobody had called timeout, so that ball is still in play.
I guess if you're the umpires, you got to go by the book all the time. But Scooter Gennett did the old trick where you pretend to throw the souvenir ball into the seats. So Gennett got the ball. This is an old gag where they try to scare the rookie by taking a souvenir baseball and taking another baseball and pretending that's it and throwing it in the stands. So here's Segura. Here's Gennett. Now he takes another ball, throws it away, but he's got the real ball right there. Chase Anderson. Tapper foul at third.
I'm telling you, the next thing, you know, we've got assistant hitting coaches now and administrative coaches and psychological coaches. You're going to have to hire a lawyer to be on a coaching staff, because now technically he didn't throw that ball out of play. Scooter Gennett came up onto the field and caught the throw. Your Honor. Sidebar, please.
I can't object. Your witness.
I mean, you know, from where Gennett was standing and where Segura threw the ball, had he not caught it, it would have gone into the dugout. But
Maldonado takes second base uncontested. One and two count on the pitcher Chase Anderson. Arcia at third, Maldonado at second. 2 outs, a run is in. Defensive indifference, no stolen base on that play. Yeah, had he thrown the ball into the dugout, maybe you can make the argument. I don't know, it's a technicality, but you're right. Gennett was on the field of play. He was in foul ground, but he was on the field. Shipley now at 70 pitches, 37 strikes. So that's another error for the Diamondbacks. Another error up on the board, allowing Arcia to get to third. I'm going to just guess that it's E.
Yeah, it has to be E4.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think I've ever seen that either. I've seen throws from the field go out of play, you know, just in the course of the play, but nothing like that.
Braden Shipley, good time for his first strikeout. When Orlando Arcia's first big league hit has tied the ball game.
One as we head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Time to take a look at our timeless moment presented by Coors Banquet. Back in 1921, Pittsburgh radio station KDKA provides the listeners with the first ever broadcast of a major league game. The Pirates beat the Phillies in that one 8-5. Harold Arlen, the very first play-by-play man.
1921. That was a game changer. Well, you've really dug deep into the archives for some of your historic moments tonight. Your staff working feverishly.
Diligently. Spent the entire off day yesterday poring over this day in baseball history and our Coors timeless moment.
Well, a 1-1 ball game now as we start the home half of the fourth. Jake Lamb will lead it off against Chase Anderson. D-back so far with just 2 hits. Yasmani Tomas a solo homer in the second. And Michael Bourne a 2-out double in the third. Chase Anderson has walked 1 and struck out 4. Brewers have the shift on for Jake Lamb. Jonathan Villar, the third baseman, all by himself, just about in the shortstop spot. Arcia, Jeanette, and Carter left to right on the right hand side. Jake down 0-2. Jake has hit safely in 5 of his last 6 games. Homered Tuesday and Wednesday against the Nationals. Count is even 2-2. Dodgers now trailing the Red Sox 2-0 in Los Angeles. Stephen Wright and Scott Kazmir in that ball game. Giants lost at Nats Park in D.C. 5-1. Phillies and Padres just underway in San Diego. Jake Lamb, big cut at that one. It's 5 strikeouts for Anderson.
It's his go-to pitch. We know that from his time here in the desert. A changeup, he'll throw it in any count to any hitter. Has the ultimate confidence in that pitch.
Here is Yasmani Tomas. Got ahead in the count, worked it full 3-2, and got a hanger from Anderson for his 20th home run this year. He has homered now in 3 consecutive games. There's a strike, 0-1. Tomas loves it inside. That's where they set up. Does he have another one here? It's gone. Yasmani Tomas is at it again. That's number 21. And it's 2-1 Diamondbacks. He takes Chase Anderson the other way. Yasmani Tomas will kill it if you work him inside. And that's where Maldonado set up that time. He missed a spot by about a mile.
That was supposed to be a two-seam fastball inside. It was up and out over the plate. We know Tomas has good opposite field power. That one just off the tip of the glove of Hernan Perez, giving Tomas his 6th multi-homer game this season. First here at home.
And another jumbo jack from our friends at Jack in the Box. Yasmani Tomas counting tonight 8 home runs in his last 12 games. And what you like about that, Bob, is one was pulled down the left field line, an absolute no doubter. And then he goes Oppo on the other one. Peralta gets this one up in the air, high to center. Nieuwenhuis coming in. 2 outs. Boy, Chase Anderson missed his spot by a good 2-3 feet that time.
And Maldonado, after he gave the sign for that two-seam fastball inside, you could see him. He literally jumped over toward that right-handed batter's box, right underneath the hands of Yasmani Tomas, and that pitch missed his spot by about 3-4 feet.
Well, he is on a roll. Yasmani Tomas. They have changed his pregame routine, and it's really worked out. Wellington Castillo walked in his first plate appearance tonight. Batting practice in Cuba, we are told, is pretty brief. It's only about 45 minutes, and once it's done, they start playing the game right then. There's no downtime. And so Ariel Prieto said when Tomas was struggling, why not just have him hit closer to the start of the game like he did in Cuba? So that's what they've been doing, and it really seems to have made a big difference. So he comes out hot and lathered up and ready to go when the game starts.
You know, usually we talk about that with a starting pitcher that struggles in the first inning of the game. You know, alter his preparation, have him throw earlier and sit down for 5 minutes before the game starts. That was banged into left field for a 2-out base hit for Wellington Castillo. Or have him warm up a little later and go straight to the game mound, always trying to find ways to get starting pitchers in a groove early in the ball game, but it's worked for Tomas offensively.
And some other guys have picked up on it as well. He's not the only one down there hitting about 30 minutes before the game starts. Of course, they first noticed it on the road because when you're the visiting team, you bat during batting practice after the home team, so it's a little closer to the start of the game. And Tomas was doing much better on the road than he was here at Chase Field. That's really where the idea started. Chris Owings flying out his first time. But the numbers for Tomas are beyond debate. Whatever they did worked. Last 16 games, he's got 6 doubles, 8 home runs, and 14 RBIs. And 6 multi-home run games this year, as Bob mentioned. Tonight his first one at Chase Field. The previous 5 all on the road. 0-1 on Chris Owings. Castillo at first, 2 outs. Castillo hits a fly ball to Hernan Perez. Yasmani Tomas. A pair of solo homers tonight. One in the second He pulled down the left field line. This one in the fourth goes the other way. And it's 2-1 Diamondbacks. Hey D-backs fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live now on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. 2-1 Diamondbacks lead. A pair of Yasmani Tomas solo homers. Numbers 20 and 21 on the year. And now Jonathan Villar leads off the Milwaukee fifth against Braden Shipley. And Braden's got to find a way to keep the leadoff man off base. Milwaukee has had the leadoff man reach in 3 of the first 4 innings, including Villar, who so far tonight has doubled and walked both times leading off innings. Braden has really struggled locating all his pitches tonight. Just not been sharp like he was Saturday in LA. One and one. Villar, a switch hitter. He's better from the right side of the plate, just under 320. But still about a 290 hitter from the left side. He can homer from either side of the plate. He's got good power. And he's ahead 2-1. Again, Braden Shipley behind in counts. It's 3 balls and a strike. He's already walked 4, 1 intentionally. And he's got just 1 strikeout. Leadoff man is on base again for the Brewers. 4th time in 5 innings, and 3 times it's been Villar.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Villar, who leads the majors with 40 stolen bases, is at first, and here's Scooter Gennett, who's 0 for 2. And again, Shipley's behind in the count. Wellington Castillo not liking what he's seeing.
While they talk it over on the mound, how about this, partner? Mike Trout tonight hit his 20th home run, becoming one of 5 players to have 5 20-homer seasons before his age 25 season. Mickey Mantle, Tony Conigliaro, A-Rod, and Ken Griffey Jr. the other 4.
Boy, if Tony C hadn't been hit by that pitch, he would have been one of the great power hitters of all time. Angels are at Seattle. They trail the Mariners 6-3 at Safeco Field. Padres have taken a 1-0 lead over the Phillies. They're at Petco Park. Dodgers at home. They trail the Red Sox 2-0. That's in the 4th. Giants lost in Washington, D.C. earlier today, 5-1. Nationals beat Jeff Samardzija.
Cardinals in Atlanta tonight. They won that one 1-0. Took 2 hours and 28 minutes. The Braves only had 3 hits. The Cardinals had 2. Jaime Garcia goes 8 innings, throws 89 pitches to get the win, and he drove in the run. Can't lose. Shut him out, drive in a run.
It's a good day. Villar takes off for second. The throw. A nice play there by Chris Owings to keep that one from going into center field. And the major league stolen base leader has his 41st.
Well, you know you have to rush as a catcher when you've got a speedy runner that might take off over there at first base, and that's one of the toughest pitches to handle, when you have to reach to your left, catch the ball, then try to close your shoulder up and get off a quick throw to second base, and that time it just sailed a little bit on Wellington Castillo.
And Shipley behind on Jeanette. 2 balls and no strikes. Shandom, fly ball for Bourne in center. And with 1 away, he'll work to Ryan Braun.
Left fielder Ryan Braun.
Boy, Braden Shipley, 80 pitches so far, and only 41 for strikes. He has really worked from the very first batter of the ball game when Villar doubled to lead it off. He's walked 5. He's got 1 strikeout. But he's got Braun twice so far on a couple of ground balls. The last one in the 3rd was a double play. Villar at second, 1 away. Ball 1. Braun is hit safely in 13 of his last 14 games. And during that span is hitting .380. The 1-0 is in there for a strike. This kind of reminds me of some of Archie Bradley's starts, where you work yourself into trouble time and time again and most often pitch out of it. But Braden has really had to labor here. He's not been able to locate. The breaking stuff has been up, but still, it's just so far 1 run on 3 hits.
Limit the damage. Ideally, these guys get to a point where they don't pitch themselves into those jams.
Part of the process. Archie will start here Sunday against Jimmy Nelson. Mike Butcher, the pitching coach. Behind on Braun, 3-1. Hernan Perez, the cleanup man, is on deck. That's 6 walks for Braden Shipley tonight. 1 was intentional, but he has walked 6. And that's going to bring out Mike Butcher from the dugout. Brewers down 1, have 2 on and 1 away for Perez, the cleanup hitter.
Some other news tonight: the Marlins and the Rockies tied up at 1 in the bottom half of the 8th inning in Colorado. Ichiro pinch hit in that ball game, struck out looking. He's stuck on 2,998 hits.
Well, he's been there for a while, at least a week it seems.
And one other note from that Angels-Mariners game: 3 Cy Youngs between King Felix Hernandez and Tim Lincecum, and it's 6-3 in the 4th.
Boy, it's been really rough sailing for Tim Lincecum, and it's not worked out at all. We're in 55 for the Angels. Hernan Perez doubled and scored a run his last time up. He's 1 for 2. He's got Villar at second, Braun at first, and 1 out. Fly ball, right field, David Peralta. Villar's at second, he'll hit for third. And he's in there. A big out for Braden Shipley. 2 down now for Chris Carter. Got to make sure that he keeps it down against this guy. Carter so far has hit 2 deep fly ball outs. He leads the Brewers in homers and RBIs. Cannot afford to make a mistake right here. Villar at third, Braun at first. Curveball got away from him. 1-0. Carter has homered in 3 of Milwaukee's last 6 games. He's got 25 homers on the year. He'll do that a lot too. He leads the league in strikeouts, and it's 1-1.
Good changeup and what appeared to be a fastball count. 1-0. Carter was looking for a fastball, that's for sure.
That has always been Braden Shipley's best pitch, the changeup. Braun takes off for second. Here's a tapper to short. Owings with a backhand play, and he throws him out. Once again, Braden Shipley works himself into trouble and wiggles off the hook. He leads it 2-1. Lead off the Diamondbacks' fifth. They lead it 2-1. Joined as always in our booth by the lovely Mike and Vanessa. You're back.
I am back.
Well, we missed you all week.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well,
I missed you guys.
Well, you guys only work together on the weekends now, right?
That is true.
See, I still want them together every game. Yeah. Let's call
so do I.
I know, we agree.
Call your people. Well, Vanessa, as Braden Shipley leads it off against Chase Anderson, is modeling our D-backs batting practice pullover. It's courtesy of Sanderson Ford. Now, this is a one-of-a-kind item. You've got the D-backs logo on the front, Sanderson Ford on the sleeve, and Diamondbacks on the back, too, right?
Nice.
And this is available on the August 27th game. Now, that's the day that we play the alumni game. There's the back of the batting practice pullover. 6th annual alumni game. Little different twist this year. It's before the actual game, which is against the Cincinnati Reds that day. So you get here at 2:30. You get the batting practice pullover courtesy of Sanderson Ford, and you can get your tickets at dbacks.com/alumni. Do you guys have your pullovers?
I don't have a pullover, but Vanessa looks great in hers.
I'm taking this one. Is that okay?
Whatever you want. You were putting on some dance moves here earlier. You guys are having a good time.
I was, yeah, we were dancing, but then he made me stop because he didn't want to dance on camera.
That is true. No one wants to see me dance.
Yeah, I don't. The men never want to dance.
No.
I danced once at my wedding, and that was it.
That's it?
Yeah, I can't dance.
Did you just do the feet side to side?
Yeah,
that was your deal?
it's ugly.
That's how guys do it, huh?
Can you dance?
Oh, can I dance?
Whoa! Dance off right now. Go.
I'd love to see that.
High hop for Scooter Jeanette. They throw out Braden Shipley. What do you got over there?
Well,
I'm not talking. What's the one they always do at the weddings? Oh, see, that was not good. See, that's what I can do.
you do a spin.
It's even worse in slow motion. Now, in our defense, we were just pretending to hear music.
Yeah, there was no music playing.
They said, get up and dance. We did it during a commercial break for the video.
If you break down the tape, it looks like you're looking for someone to tell you, like, we're done.
Yeah, I was
desperately. It looks like you're looking for an escape route.
I was looking for that 3 seconds in.
How much longer do we have to do this?
What's the one they always do at the weddings? What do you call that dance? Every wedding.
The wedding dance.
The
electric
chicken
slide?
dance. Electric slide.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go.
There you
See,
go.
of course she knows it. Can you do that?
Mine is, the fire-powered slide. It was way before electricity.
Fire.
Steam powered slide.
No, you just get out there and let the music move you.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I'm told. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I want you to see this because.
Oh no.
We have.
I'm afraid.
Now
of
you've brought this on yourself, I have to say. Vanessa, I'm going to need you to break down some video here. Take a look at this and tell me what you see.
Oh my gosh.
This is at a wedding. When was this?
I was dancing with Barbara Bush.
Apparently.
Look, he's into the music though. Look at that. He was
yeah.
feeling
Oh.
it that night.
See, when the eyes close, bad things happen.
Let the music move you.
He let the music move him.
That's right.
All right, guys. I'm sorry you had to see that.
Yeah, me too.
The lovely Mike and Vanessa. Oh, broken bat off Segura. VR has it. And the ground ball out for Chase Anderson. The bat head went farther than the baseball that time.
Right in on the hands of Gene Segura. That's a two-seam fastball that Chase Anderson throws. In this respect, Chase Anderson reminds me a little bit of a former teammate of mine, Bill Lasky, right-handed pitcher for the Giants through the mid to late 80s. And Bill Lasky would throw his bullpen sessions and tell me, okay, I'm working on a two-seamer. And he would throw a two-seamer, and it would look exactly like his four-seamer. No movement whatsoever, same velocity, everything. How was that? Oh, that was great. That's going to be a good pitch for you. His next bullpen session, all he ever threw was a cut fastball and a little baby slider. I'm going to work on a curveball. Okay, I'm going to change the grip and I'm going to throw a curveball. So he'd throw him in the side session. How'd that look? That looked great, Bill. It's really good. That's going to be a good weapon for you. They all look the same.
So that gets us to Chase Anderson?
The four-seamer, the two-seamer, the curveball, the slider, they all look the same. And Chase Anderson, when he tries to throw a two-seamer, I don't see a lot of movement. It looks fairly straight. Maybe a mile per hour off of his four-seam fastball, but in his mind he's sinking the ball down and into a righty, and that's all that matters.
He's always been four-seam curveball changeup. That two-seamer relatively new. We did see it last year as a Diamondback. Here's a roller to third. Well, whatever he's doing, it's working here. 3 ground ball outs. But through 5, the Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead.
Got the head move going though.
D-backs lead the Brewers 2-1 as we start the 6th inning. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. Same 2 teams tomorrow. Don't forget, fans, Zack Greinke bobblehead night here tomorrow night. It's a 5:10 start at Gaza. Good pitcher. Takes on Patrick Corbin, the left-hander. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 4:30. A 5:10 first pitch. Well, Braden Shipley has allowed the leadoff man to reach base in 4 of the first 5 innings, but he's still leading the ball game 2-1, despite the fact he's walked 6 and struck out just 1, but he's only given up 3 hits. It's taking a while to clear the legends off the field. They were joined by some Olympians in an Olympic opening ceremony inspired legends race tonight. And now we are set to go. Nieuwenhuis has walked, grounded out, 0 for 1. First pitch swinging, skies it to left for Yasmani Tomas. A quick out number 1 for Braden Shipley keeps that leadoff man off the bases. And it brings up Orlando Arcia. Arcia, the rookie shortstop, got his first major league hit his last time up, an RBI single in the 4th that tied the ball game 1-1. Diamondbacks bullpen is busy with Shipley at 90 pitches, only 46 for strikes. A right-hander and a left-hander warming up for the Diamondbacks. 1-1. Steve Hathaway, the rookie lefty, and Randall Delgado, the veteran right-hander. Right to Segura, 2 down. The Sanderson Ford bullpen. There's Steve Hathaway on the left, Randall Delgado on the right. Looked like Shipley got away, Bob, with another hanger right there. A line drive off the bat of Arcia. Martin Maldonado, the catcher. He's walked twice, once intentionally. Chase Anderson coming out in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot 2 up next. Maldonado's got a career-high 7-game hitting streak going. A 3-run homer off Braden Shipley last week at Miller Park. 1-1.
Yeah, we mentioned that Maldonado will get the bulk of the catching time with Jonathan Lucroy off to the Rangers, and defensively they're going to be in just fine shape with Maldonado behind the plate. Only Yadier Molina has thrown out a higher percentage of base stealers, going back all the way to 2012.
Yeah, they just called up Manny Pena, a longtime minor leaguer, to be the backup catcher to Maldonado.
Another thing you look for, pass balls, and Maldonado is as good as it gets as far as blocking balls in the dirt. 11 pass balls since the beginning of the 2012 season. Buster Posey's second on that list at 16. And he does that, or he did that rather, when Lucroy was here, playing one game here and one game there.
Called strike 3. Braden Shipley works a 1-2-3 6th inning. Diamondbacks lead the Brewers 2-1.
You to participate in Gila River Game Nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Tell you what, though, you play that D-backs match game, you need to be on top of your game. That has become an enormous hit in this ballpark.
It really is.
Everybody gets into it. It's fun to watch. It's a lot of pressure. Goldie will lead off the 6th inning against former D-back Chase Anderson. Diamondbacks have out hit the Brewers 4-3. They lead it 2-1. Yasmani Tomas, a pair of solo homers. And Tomas will be due up 3rd in this inning. Goldie so far has twice grounded out to the shortstop, Orlando Arcia. There is action in the Milwaukee bullpen with Anderson at 82 pitches as we start the bottom of the 6th. Anderson's spot would be due to lead off the 7th inning. Mariñez warming up for Milwaukee. Goldie ahead 2-0. Hitless in 4 of his last 5 games and 0 for 2 so far tonight. Reno. Chase Anderson so far has walked only 1. He's got 5 strikeouts. A 4-pitch walk leads off the D-backs 6th. That'll bring up Jake Lamb. Jake has flied out, struck out 0 for 2. Lamb has homered in each of his last 2 games. He's hit safely in 5 of his last 6. His 23 home runs leads the Diamondbacks. But at this rate, Tomas might catch him by the end of the ball game. Yasmani's now up to 21. Hard to first. Carter has it. They get 1. And they turn 2. Nicely done by the Brewers infield. Orlando Arce, the rookie shortstop, turns that one. And here's Yasmani Tomas. He has put on a show tonight. 1 to left and 1 to right. Chaz Roberts, air conditioning and plumbing, cool plays of the game. A pair of solo homers.
The 6th multi-homer game of the season for Yasmani Tomas. 1 behind Steve Finley, who had 7 in 1999, and 2 behind Luis Gonzalez, who had 8 multi-homer games in 01.
Big curveball missed. Check out the locations. The hanger right there. And then as they set up inside, look how much Maldonado had to move the glove there. And Tomas just went with a pitch and took it the other way. So Yasmani, 2 homers tonight. He's homered now in 3 consecutive games. And again, this is making such a big difference for him. He's ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Oh boy, looks like Jeff Kellogg just missed that outside corner again. Tomas recognizes that. Laid off at 90 pitches, 52 strikes. That's out of play, and it's 2-2. It's a fair ball. They are at third. Long throw, and they got him. We have completed 6 innings. The Diamondbacks lead the Brewers 2-1. Highlights presented by Cox. Has been a weird game for Braden Shipley. He's given up only 1 run on 3 hits, but he's walked 6.
know, it's that old cliche about making the big pitch when you really need it the most, and he's needed it a lot tonight, but he's been able to come up with that big pitch.
And he's back out there to start the 7th inning. The pitcher spot leads it off for the Brewers, and Keon Broxton will bat for Chase Anderson. Broxton hitting .161. He's got 2 homers this year. Bullpen is busy. Delgado and Hathaway still warming up for the Diamondbacks, with Shipley at 98 pitches. Well, he has thrown precious few first pitch strikes tonight, Braden Shipley. There's that changeup, and it's 1-1. Keon Broxton, originally a 3rd-round pick by the Diamondbacks back in '09. He was sold to the Pirates in 2014. Pittsburgh dealt him to the Brewers last December. 2 balls and a strike. Broxton has been up and down from the minors all year long. This is his 4th different stint with the Brewers this season. He gets a hold of one and drives it deep to center field. This one might go. And it's gone. Keon Broxton, that's his 3rd, and the game is tied at 2.
2 of his 3 home runs on the season have come as a pinch hitter. Oh, that ball was blasted.
Well, Shipley had a 1-2-3-6. He had retired the last 5 he'd faced. And his night lasts just 1 batter too long as Chip Hale comes out to get him. There's the souvenir. It's a 2-2 ball game, and Steve Hathaway is on his way in. Back after this. For the Diamondbacks, your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change. It's the lefty Steve Hathaway. 3 major league appearances so far. He's pitched well his last 2 times out. 2 scoreless innings Monday against the Nationals, and then pitched again Wednesday versus Washington and retired 2 of the 3 he faced. You got the switch hitting Jonathan Villar to step up here, and then the left-hand batter Scooter Gennett. So you figure Hathaway will get these first 2 here following the Broxton pinch hit homer that tied it up, as Delgado is ready down in the Diamondback bullpen for the right-hand hitting Ryan Braun. Villar has doubled and walked twice. He's also stolen a base, and he's got a base hit. A homer and a single lead off the Milwaukee 7th. That'll bring up Scooter Gennett, who's 0 for 3. Double play ball here. Segura, Owings, they roll it.
Taylor made hard hit ball right at Gene Segura. He even takes his time a little bit getting the ball to Chris Owings. Knew they had plenty of time. That ball was hit right on the nose.
Here comes Chip Hale with Ryan Braun coming up. He's going to go get Hathaway and bring in Randall Delgado. Another pitching change from Chase Field. Back in a moment. Play. Fans, you can follow Diamondbacks baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. You can stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, the whole thing. Just download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Randall Delgado on to face Ryan Braun. Braun is 0 for 2. He walked his last time up. Delgado a .486 in 48 appearances. He has given up 6 earned runs his last 2 times out. He last pitched Tuesday against Washington, gave up a home run to the first batter he faced, the Nationals' Jason Worth. And he's behind on Braun, 2-0. Randall had a rough time against Washington Monday. Faced 6 batters, got only 1 out. Gave up 2 doubles and a triple. He was charged with 5 earned runs. Two-0 was in there, first strike. Brewers have tied up the ball game. Keon Broxton a pinch hit home run off Braden Shipley, the last pitch that Braden threw tonight. Hard to second, Segura's there. Good job by the Diamondback bullpen, but Broxton's homer is tied at 2-2.
Shane Doherty, a father, a husband, his wife Shawnee, his son Hollis, his other son Rhett. Rhett is here tonight, but his son Hollis Doherty is suffering from DIPG, pediatric brain cancer, and the chance of survival is nearly zero. And guys, we saw in the pregame a tremendous story put together by our producer Josh Kellman. We want to remind you we will air that tonight in the postgame show as well. It's about Hollis's day here at the ballpark, where the D-backs went above and beyond to create a memorable day here at the ballpark, but it's also about his fight for life, hopefully a miracle, and awareness of pediatric cancer.
Yeah, we had the chance to meet the whole family earlier this year. They were up here visiting our booth, and we want to wish them all the best. As David Peralta leads off the bottom of the 7th inning in a 2-2 ball game. Michael Blazek, the new Brewer pitcher, on in relief of Chase Anderson. This is Blazek's 3rd appearance since his recall from AAA Colorado Springs. A 5.19 ERA this year. He worked 2 scoreless innings Monday in their game at Petco Park against the Padres. Base hit for Peralta. He rolls it away from the shift, the leadoff single.
That shift on the right side, and David finds that hole. Nobody home right there. Normally an easy play for a shortstop from a normal position, but on that shift, that's a wide open space of the field.
Oh, freight train is on the tracks. Let's see if Wellington Castillo can get something going here. He has walked and singled so far. Go ahead, run it first. Nobody out in the 7th. Each team with 5 hits. There's a strike, 0-1. Pitcher spot due up 4th in this inning. Enrique Burgos warming up in the Diamondback bullpen right now. 0-2 on Castillo. Got him.
Blazek throws a couple of different breaking balls. That's the hard slider down low and away. Wellington just can't hold up.
Stop.
Got to bring up Chris Owings. Ricky Weeks Jr. making his way out into the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot due up next. CO is twice flying out to right field. There's that first pitch slider from Blazek.
He mixes it up pretty good. Throws a couple of different fastballs, a sinker and a 4-seamer. I mentioned 2 different breaking balls, and it's about a 50-50 split between breaking balls and fastballs for Blazek.
Strike 2.
Pretty tough pitch to hit right there.
Lezak gives up the leadoff single to Peralta, strikes out Castillo and Owings, and now he'll work to Ricky Weeks Jr.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Rick Kranitz going to come out for a mound visit now, the pitching coach, as Weeks steps in. I think this has become standard now for any pitching coach. The mound visits prior to the pinch hitter.
We see it everywhere we go.
Ricky Weeks, 246. He's got 5 home runs this year. Peralta at first and 2 outs. This is Ricky Weeks Jr.'s 50th plate appearance as a pinch hitter this year. So far, a 175 hitter in this role. He's ahead 1-0. Peralta holds it first. That pitch misses away, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Second straight inning, the Diamondbacks have had the leadoff man reach base. Goldie walked the leadoff to 6th. He was erased on a double play ball. Peralta a leadoff single, but now 2 down. In there for a strike, 2-1. Braden Shipley going over his evening with Zach Godley. 2-1 on Ricky Weeks Jr. 2-2. Jeff Kellogg back there.
Yeah, you want that pitch if you're on defense, but I understand why Ricky Weeks quickly moonwalked out of that batter's box.
Went back there again at 94, but missed, and the count is full. That'll get Peralta started from first. So if Ricky Weeks Jr. can find a gap here, Diamondbacks can take the lead. Segura would be next. Carter holding Peralta on the bag at first. There he goes. Ricky bounces it foul at third.
Foul ball, but what a play by Jonathan Villar down there at the hot corner. Diving stop. Momentum carries him into foul territory by quite a margin there. Gets to his feet and fires a 1-hop strike to Carter.
Right in front of Brian O'Nora, the umpire down there. are still going to hold Peralta on the bag at first.
I think that's a byproduct of the fact that Ricky Weeks rarely hits ground balls to the right side of the infield.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here it is. You do not want him to get that running start over there, or at least try to minimize it. There goes Peralta. A bouncer to Arcia at shortstop. We are through 7 at Chase Field. The D-backs and the Brewers tied at 2. Summary through 7 innings in a 2-2 ball game. Yasmani Tomas's 6th multi-home run game this year, his first here at home. A couple of solo shots have accounted for all the Diamondbacks scoring. Brewers got their runs on a RBI single by the rookie Orlando Arcia, his first major league hit, and a pinch hit home run by Keon Broxton. And now Enrique Burgos is on to start the 8th inning. 20 appearances this year, a 3.43 ERA. He last worked Wednesday against the Nationals, worked 1 1/3 innings, gave up 2 hits. Hernan Perez will lead it off for the Brewers. He singled and scored in the 4th, 1 for 3. Cleanup man leads it off for Milwaukee. Perez has had a very productive bat since the middle of last month. He's hitting .364 in his last 18 games with 16 RBIs. He is top 5 in the league in batting average and runs batted in since the All-Star break. 1-1.
A little stumble off the mound there by Burgos. Wellington Castillo wasn't going to throw him the ball back until he said he was okay. And Burgos said, "Give me the ball. Let's go."
Just fix that little hole there in the front of the mound. Going to face 3 guys here that can hit the long ball in Perez, Carter, and Nieuwenhuis. 4, 5, and 6 in the Brewer 8th. Squib shot to first. Goldie's got it. That'll bring up Chris Carter, who's 0 for 3.
That's what you're looking for against dangerous hitters that could possibly hit the ball out of the ballpark. Soft contact. Squibb shot to the right side there for an easy first out of the inning.
Carter has flied out twice and grounded out. 25 home runs on the year. The last 3 seasons in Houston, Chris Carter belted 90 home runs, 234 RBIs in the previous 3 seasons with the Astros. 96 miles an hour right by him, and it's 0-1. Diamondbacks have the shift on for the right-hand hitting Carter. Goldie all alone midway between first and second. He jumps ahead with a fastball. 0-2. Now Burgos got that big slider. Just make sure you don't hang one here. Yank the fastball. 1-2. Tried the slider at 89, but he bounced it, and Carter is even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Went back to the fastball and blew him away at 98.
Hey fans, you don't want to miss D-backs Teal Tuesdays in August. The D-backs are offering $1 hot dogs. That's right, $1 hot dogs during each Tuesday home game this month. Get your Teal Tuesday tickets at dbacks.com.
Yeah, we'll be in New York this coming Tuesday to open up a 6-game road trip, 3 against the Mets, but then we are home on the 16th and the 23rd. The 16th against New York, the 23rd here against the Braves. Those are Teal Tuesdays at Chase Field. Get your tickets at dbacks.com and enjoy dollar hot dogs. Kirk Nieuwenhuis. Two Burgos been working in that upper 90 stratosphere this entire appearance. '97 right by him. 2 strikeouts and a 1-2-3/8 for Enrique Burgos. Tie ball game at Chase.
Recorded D-backs live history. I offered you to talk pitching on the postgame show, and you have vetoed that to talk hitting.
How can you not be impressed by what Yasmani Tomas has been doing? I know I can talk a little bit about it, but we need to bring in our resident hitting expert, Bob Renly, and really get into a good discussion about this in the postgame.
I see. You're just going to let him mow your lawn a little bit. Okay. Well, lots of baseball left, obviously, but that will be one of the topics on the table, of course. So we'll see you when this is all said and done. But right now, let's send it back to Steve and Joe's man, Bob.
Well, I'm confused. I thought Joe was cleaning your pool, but now you're mowing his lawn? What happened?
The trade-off, you know, bartering.
New pitcher for the Brewers as Gene Segura leads off the bottom of the 8th inning. The right-hander Carlos Torres, who has pitched very well lately for Milwaukee. Segura so far 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts, and he's down 0-2. Here is Torres. The ERA is down to 2.72. He has made 6 consecutive scoreless appearances.
A lot of cut fastballs from Carlos Torres, also a curveball.
Well, remember, your key to the game was tacos and pizza.
Yeah, sneaking up on it.
Looking for the win and at least 5 runs. They do have 5 hits so far, the Diamondbacks. In fact, each team has 5 hits. Segura chases when it rolls well away from Maldonado, and Segura's going to reach. A break for the Diamondbacks here. Go-ahead run on board to lead off the 8th.
Take him however you can get him. That's the hard breaking curveball from Torres. Gets underneath the right arm of Maldonado all the way to the backstop, allowing Gene Segura to reach after the strikeout.
All right, the Diamondbacks have had the leadoff man aboard now in 3 consecutive innings. Goldie walked to lead off the 6th. He was erased on a double play. Peralta singled to lead off the 7th. He was stranded there. Now Segura's aboard to start the 8th. Here's Michael Bourn, who doubled in the 3rd. There goes Segura. Michael Bourn gets the bunt down. Carter has it. Jeanette covers, 1 away.
Well, somebody had to miss a sign right there. On a regular straight sacrifice bunt, the runner reads the bunt before breaking for second base. That time Gene Segura was on the move at first base. All's well that ends well. You've got a runner in scoring position as Michael Bourn gave himself up to advance Segura that time.
And here's Goldie, who has grounded out twice and walked 0 for 2. They're going to put him on with first base open. Jake Lamb on deck. There is no left-hander warming up in the Brewer bullpen, so they're going to let Torres work to the left-hand hitting Lamb with 2 on and 1 out.
The Brewers don't have a lefty in their bullpen.
That explains it. Well, as we've mentioned, Craig Counsell apparently trusts Carlos Torres in this situation, and frankly, he's earned it as of late. Torres, in his last 16 appearances, has an ERA of 0.51. And he's in a real mess here. Segura at second, Goldie at first, 1 out, and the batter is Jake Lamb, who's 0 for 3. Jake has flied out, struck out, and hit into a double play. He's hit safely in 5 of his last 6. Got to get at least one of these runs in. Jake Barrett has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Tomas has homered in 3 straight games. Let's see if Jake Lamb can do it. Jake homered Tuesday and Wednesday against the Nationals.
Well, just take a little something to drive home Segura from second base. Diamondbacks on this homestand only 4 for 22 with runners in scoring position.
Lamb and Goldie tied for the team lead with 69 RBIs. They make Lamb move his feet again, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
And the crowd Jake in on his hands with that cut fastball, going way inside and low.
He has really learned that other teams are going to try and pitch him in, and he doesn't necessarily have to swing at everything they throw at him, even if it's hittable in there. He can wait for something middle away and try and take it to left center. One is foul behind Dave McKay at first. D-backs trying to snap this 4-game losing streak. They've been outscored 46-11 over the last 4 ball games. Third for VR. Arcia makes a terrific play, but Lamb beats it out. Well, they have raved about the glove of the rookie shortstop Orlando Arcia. And he made a terrific play there to at least get one.
Made a terrific play there to avoid an error. That ball looked like it was going to sail out into right field, but Arcia right there to make the play. That was from a shift position. That's why it'll go down as a 5-6 put out at second base.
Well, here is Yasmani Tolas in a big spot. 2 on and 2 out in a 2-2 game. He has homered twice and grounded out. Go ahead run 90 feet away. Segura the runner at third, Lamb at first. A chopper by the mound. VR charges and throws him out. Diamondbacks get the leadoff man aboard for the 3rd consecutive inning, but again they can't score and it stays tied. we start the 9th inning. Fans, the D-backs are showing appreciation to educators across our state with Teacher Appreciation Day coming up Sunday, August 28th. That's a game against the Reds. You'll get a game ticket, a tote bag, school supplies, and a whole lot more. This special ticket pack is only available at dbacks.com/teacher. Jake Barrett is on to work the 9th inning. 45 appearances for the ASU Sun Devil, a 3.66 ERA. Jake had a rough time of things his last time out Wednesday against Washington. He faced 7 batters, gave up 2 hits and 3 walks, allowed 4 runs, all earned. Our work to Orlando Arcia to lead it off for Milwaukee. He got his first major league hit in the 4th, an RBI single. The only run of this ball game that has not scored on a solo homer. Tomas has hit 2 for the Diamondbacks. Keon Broxton a pinch hit homer for Milwaukee. That led off the 7th inning. Boy, you saw that flash, Bob, on that out that Arcia got at second base. In the previous half inning, you can see why they light the glove, and now this is the bat. Peralta makes the catch. Wow! David Peralta at the wall in a tie game in the 9th inning. 1 away.
What a great play by David. Tracks it all the way back to the wall. A jump right at the fence. Not sure if that gets over the yellow stripe out there in right field. Looks like it would have. Nice play, David Peralta. Wow.
That was good. Either way, if he doesn't catch it, it's off the wall, and Arcia can really run. He might have third base if that hits the wall and rolls back toward the infield. But instead, it's allowed out number 1. That'll bring up Martin Maldonado, the catcher. Pitcher spot 2 up next. Andy Wilkins is in the on-deck circle for the Brewers. They bounce it to third. The short hop for Lamb. 2 outs.
There's something to file away for Arcia. Everything he's hit in this ball game has been to the opposite field. He lined out to right field. He got a base hit to right field. He lined out to second, and then that deep fly ball to right.
Pinch hitting for Carlos Torres, number 24.
Andy Wilkins, 14 at bats in 16 games with Milwaukee, and of course there's a pinch hitter coming up, so here's the pitching coach mound visit. Wilkins' only hit this year is a home run. It was his first big league home run. It came against the Diamondbacks' Dominic Leone last week at Miller Park, and it looked a little something like that. Dominic was indicating it was a fly ball, and that was Wilkins' first big league homer.
There was a little bit of wishful thinking on Dominic's part. Ball's in the air, somebody catch it. Well, unfortunately, that one sailed over the fence in center field.
We talked about this when we were in Milwaukee. Andy Wilkins is from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, just like Archie Bradley. They went to the same high school. Archie is several years younger than Wilkins, but Archie told us that when he got to high school, Wilkins, who had by that time moved on to play college ball at Arkansas, was a high school legend in Broken Arrow. Famous for some absolutely titanic homers over school administration buildings and into playgrounds. Carves that one the other way, and that's going to get in the seats out of play. Wilkins waived by the White Sox prior to last year, bounced around before he landed with Milwaukee in December. And he has spent most of this season with their AAA team in Colorado Springs, where he hit .238 with 11 home runs. A couple of Broken Arrow boys here in the big leagues. Archie was drafted right out of high school, of course, by the Diamondbacks. Wilkins went on to play college ball at Arkansas. 5th round pick by the White Sox in 2010. Hard to second. Segura's there. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Diamondbacks. Bottom 9 coming up. up against the right field fence. In the top half of this inning, will lead off the home half against the new Brewers pitcher. It's the right-hander Corey Knebel. Last work Tuesday at San Diego, a perfect 8th inning. He has been injured this year, spent some time in the minor leagues, battled a left oblique strain for a while. 11 appearances, a 4.35 ERA.
As you mentioned, very limited action for Knebel so far this season, but he's held lefties to a 167 average. We mentioned the Brewers don't have a lefty in the bullpen, but they do have a couple of righties that have been really good at getting left-handed hitters out.
Brewers will put the shift on for Peralta. They'll leave VR all by himself on the left-hand side. Now, last time David was up, he sort of rolled one between VR and the second base bag away from the shift for a leadoff single, but he was stranded at first. He's 1 for 3. Strike one, 96 from Knebel. Peralta 5 for 22 since his return from the DL. It includes 2 doubles and a triple. Bounces it over the mound. Arcia behind the bag, throws an out, one away. Wellington Castillo now. Diamondbacks have had only 1 hit since the 4th inning. That was Peralta's single to lead off the 7th. Castillo so far tonight has walked and singled. He's 1 for 2. Struck out his last time up. Curveball missed, and it's 1-0. Sanderson Ford bullpen, Daniel Hudson. Brewers will have the top of the order due up if we get to the 10th. Fastball missed, and Castillo's ahead, 2 balls and no strikes.
Now, Wellington had to hold his breath a little bit on that pitch. He's seen a number of those called strikes tonight.
Yeah, down and away, Jeff Kellogg has missed a couple down there. They'll go down there again.
Not sure if Knebel's command is that good. Missed just off the plate with pitch number 2, scoots it over an inch or 2 and maybe catches that outside corner.
Well, it has been a strike, that 3rd pitch, for most of the night. Just going to try and keep Pepper in that spot with fastballs, but Castillo's ahead 3-1. Chris Owings on deck. Drives it to center, Neuenhuis. Oh, what a catch! If that gets behind him, Castillo standing at 3rd at least. Kurt Neuenhuis. 3 errors in 2 innings as a right fielder in Milwaukee last week. A tremendous catch here in the 9th inning at Chase.
Got a late break. He was shading Wellington over to the gap in right center, but closed ground quickly. That's the kind of play guys break their wrist on right there. Nice running catch by Kirk Neuenhuis.
I thought for sure that was going to bounce and roll all the way to the wall behind him. So 2 great outfield catches in this inning. Peralta in the top half and Neuenhuis in the home half. Here's CO, who's 0 for 3. Again, that first pitch curveball's in there for strike 1. Pitcher spot due up next. Brandon Drury in the on-deck circle. Hudson warming up for the bullpen. Milwaukee in the 10th would have Villar, Jeanette, and Braun 1, 2, and 3. Fastball in there, and it's 2-2.
You know, if the inning ends here with Chris Owings, it would give you the option of sending Jake Barrett out for another inning. He only threw 7 pitches in that top half of the ninth.
Got a fly ball out and 2 ground ball outs, Jake Barrett. Hudson continues warming up in the bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Chris Owings. Right over the head of Dave McKay at first. Every National League West team has either lost or is losing. Giants lost in Washington 5-1. Rockies lost at home to the Marlins 5-3. Dodgers are getting pummeled by the Red Sox. It's 9-0 in LA in the 8th inning. And the Padres are at Petco. They trailed the Phillies 4-2. Jeremy Hellickson pitching another good ball game for Philadelphia. Another 2-2 to Chris Owings. And that is strike 3. Knebel works a 1-2-3 inning. We will play extras here at Chase. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Well, it's been a very good performance tonight by the Diamondback bullpen. Hathaway, Delgado, Burgos, and Barrett. And between them, they've given up just 1 hit, a single. And on from the D-backs bullpen to start the 10th, it's the right-hander Daniel Hudson, a 7.22 ERA, his 46th appearance. Hardy last worked Tuesday against the Nationals, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits in 1 inning.
Daniel's struggles have been well documented. Through his first 30 games of this season, he allowed 5 runs. Over his last 15 games, he's given up 31 runs.
31 runs on 33 hits in his last 9 2/3. And he'll face the top of the Milwaukee order, Villar, Jeanette, and Braun. Villar so far has doubled, singled, and walked twice. So a pretty good job by their leadoff man. He's reached base safely all 4 times up there. I still can't believe Nieuwenhuis caught that ball. That gets behind him. Castillo's at least on third base. Already behind 2-0. VR counting tonight, 14 hits in his last 11 games, 7 of them for extra bases. Well, you were mentioning this in Milwaukee, Bob. VR, when he stands up there, I mean, he looks like he didn't have a care in the world.
Loosey-goosey, nice and easy.
Barely grips the bat, just kind of leans back. Very relaxed. Three balls and 1 strike on Jonathan VR. Scooter Gennett will be next. Took a big cut at that fastball, and the count is full, 3-2. On a 1-hop to Segura. 1 out. Scooter Gennett 0 for 4. Gennett has hit safely in 12 of his last 13 games, and during that stretch he's hit .360. Each team tonight 2 runs on 5 hits. Look out. Half the bat went up the first base line. The baseball went down the third base line.
Yeah, once again, those cupped bats, if you get so far out in front of a pitch, you hit it off the back of the cupping of the bat. This is what happens. Splits it from the barrel end of the bat down toward the handle. Just a little sliver whistling out on that first base side.
Oh, 2 on Scooter Gennett, who had a big series against the Diamondbacks last week in Milwaukee. 6 hits and 4 RBIs in the 4-game set. He had one of the trademark base hits of this Daniel Hudson slump when Huddy got him up and in right on the hands, and Gennett somehow dropped it behind second base as he fought it off. And that's kind of the way things have gone for Daniel as of late, as Bob pointed out a moment ago. But that was one of the signature plays of this Huddy slump. Made a perfect pitch, went right where he wanted, and somehow Gennett dropped it in there, and it just continued for Daniel.
I think the exit velocity on that little floater to center field was 52, 53 miles an hour, something like that.
Just busted him in like he was trying to do. Got that one up. That's in the seats and out of play. Don't hit Mickey. Our man Mickey is down there. We can't have anything happen to Mick. Breathes a sigh of relief. One and two. I think Dennis Lamb actually had a chance to make a play on that.
Yeah, if he wasn't cowering behind Jody Jackson down there.
I think it was just eating somebody's food. Jeanette launches one down the right field line. That's off the bullpen wall. Peralta's going to have to chase after it, and Jeanette stops at second. 17th double for Scooter Jeanette. He's the go-ahead run with 1 out.
We talk about Yasmani's ability to keep balls fair off the plate inside. Jeanette does the same thing right here. That ball is well off the plate inside, and somehow he pulls his hands in. Gets enough of that ball to bang it off the base of the wall out there in right field.
Big ovation for Ryan Braun. They love him here in Phoenix. Braun 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. And with first base open, they'll put him on and work to Hernan Perez.
Yeah, Ryan Braun 2 for 3 lifetime against Daniel Hudson. He's also drawn 3 walks. So this is the percentage play here. Put him on base, set up a potential inning-ending double play. Go to work on Hernan Perez.
Tyler Thornburg, who is the new closer now in the Brewer bullpen, will start to get busy down there. So they'll work to the Brewer cleanup man with 2 on and 1 out. Perez tonight 1 for 4. He singled and scored in the 4th. Came in the Arcia RBI single. Mike Butcher to the mound now. You've got to be careful with Perez. He's homered in 3 of his last 7 games. Two on, 1 out, 2-2 in the 10th. First pitch slider missed, 1-0. Fastball missed in, 2 balls and no strikes. Perez top 5 in the National League in batting average and RBI since the All-Star break. He's knocked in 16 runs in his last 18 games. That fastball's in there. That might have been a changeup from him.
It was a change at 87. He throws it very hard, right down at the bottom of the zone.
2-1. Scooter Jeanette is the runner at second. Ryan Braun at first. 3-1 on Hernan Perez. Here it is, hit it fastball, and the count is full. Got him. Went to the fastball when he really needed him and got the strikeout.
Yeah, fell behind messing around with some off-speed stuff, but finishes him off with 2 overpowering fastballs to Perez.
Chris Carter 0 for 4 tonight. He struck out his last time up against Enrique Burgos. Adam Lowe, the left-hander, warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Jeanette at second and Braun at first. Another fastball's in there for a strike. 0-1. Slider for strike 2. Pitcher spot will lead off the Diamondback 10th. 2 outs, 0-2 to Chris Carter. Out of play. Got the left-hander Adam Lowe warming up. The left hand hitting Neuenhuis on deck. Fastball missed inside, and it's 2-2. Pitch number 28 in this inning on the way from Daniel Hudson. Got him.
10th inning. Let's take a look at the pitch by pitch there. Daniel Hudson against Chris Carter. 97-mile-an-hour fastball for a called strike, and then a slider for a called strike. He tries to lead him out of the zone with a slider way down low and away. He lays off that one. Fastball fouled away. This is the pitch of the at bat right there. Fastball up and into Carter, and then comes right back low and away. A very weak swing at that last pitch. Nice job of setting him up with a fastball up and in before finishing him with the slider low and away.
Diamondbacks bullpen has worked scoreless baseball so far tonight. Hathaway, Delgado, Burgos, Barrett, and Hudson. New closer for the Brewers, Tyler Thornburg, is on to face Phil Gosselin, who will hit for Hudson to lead off the bottom of the 10th. Phil hitting .268 with 1 home run. So Chip Hale has gone to Ricky Weeks Jr. and now Phil Gosselin off his bench. Gosselin, Segura, and Bourne here in the Diamondback 10th inning. And Phil's ahead, 2 balls and a strike. Brewers traded Jeremy Jeffress. They traded Will Smith. Thornburg, who had been a key setup guy all year, is now the closer. Gosselin gets one in the air, deep right field. Perez has it just shy of the warning track. And that's out number 1. Tyler Thornburg, in his last 14 appearances, has pitched to a .063 ERA, so he has pitched very well lately. And he's a big strikeout guy, 61 strikeouts in less than 44 innings.
Fastball, curveball, changeup combination from Thornburg. Average fastball sits just a tick above 94.
Segura hitless tonight. He has struck out 3 times. And he's down 0-1.
Gene Segura with a couple of swings like he's trying to end this game right here.
Well, that happens sometimes, right? Then he wind up playing more than 1 extra inning.
You know, everybody's thought about that when you were a kid, hitting the game-winning home run. Occasionally you go up there and try to hit a home run, and that's when it's least likely to happen.
Diamondbacks have 2 walk-off wins this year, both walk-off singles, one by Yasmani Tomas, the other by Brandon Drury. Tomas has been the hitting hero so far tonight, a pair of solo homers. Drury still waiting for his chance. 0-2 to Segura. Here's good news from the minor leagues tonight. Alex Young, Diamondback's 2nd-round pick in the draft last year. Great left-hand pitcher out of TCU. A complete game win for Physalia pitching down there for J.R. House. 9 innings, gave up just 4 hits, struck out 6. And did not walk a batter. Alex Young. Baxter's got his extra innings outfits on. 2-2. On the ground is Scooter Gennett at second base. And that's the 2nd out. Diamondback still with just 5 hits. It'll bring up Michael Bourne, who has 1 of them, a double in the 3rd. Don't forget, fans, still time to get tickets for tomorrow's game against the Brewers. Zack Greinke bobblehead night here at the ballpark, a 5:10 start. First 20,000 fans get the Zack Greinke bobblehead, courtesy of Safeline Auto Glass. Patrick Corbin gets the start for the Diamondbacks against veteran Matt Garza. A 5:10 first pitch. Here's Patrick. Archie Bradley faces Jimmy Nelson in the series finale Sunday. That is the Zack Greinke bobblehead on the cover of the latest issue of D-Backs Insider magazine. And we anticipate we'll actually see the real Zack Greinke after another minor league rehab start last night for Reno. He should pitch next week at Citi Field against the Mets. No way, Brian O'Nor. 2-2.
Good check that time by Michael.
Slaps that the other way toward Braun. And he runs it down. We'll head to the 11th, still tied at 2. A great night for the Diamondback bullpen. It started with Steve Hathaway, who gave up a leadoff single, then got a double play ball. Randall Delgado got that final out in the 7th inning. This was after the Broxton pinch hit homer that tied it. Burgos came in throwing gas, struck out 2. Barrett a 1-2-3 ninth, and Daniel Hudson got out of trouble in the 10th.
Really nice job by the D-backs bullpen tonight. Unfortunately, the Brewers bullpen has been equally effective. They've only surrendered 1 base hit.
And so we head to the 11th inning. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Feed it. And here's the latest Diamondback reliever to make an appearance. Their 7th pitcher of the ball game. It's the veteran lefty Adam Lowen. In 3 appearances with the Diamondbacks, he's given up only 1 hit. Kirk Neuenhuis will lead it off. Neuenhuis made a spectacular catch in center field. That was in the 9th inning. No, make that the 8th inning. Yeah, 9th inning, pardon me. On the ball that Wellington Castillo hit. Somehow didn't get behind him, made a diving catch to make the 2nd out in that inning. David Peralta, spectacular catch for the Diamondbacks up against the right field fence. There's the freight train. Can't check his swing, and it's 1-2 on Neuenhuis. The rookie shortstop Orlando Arcia on deck. Martin Maldonado, the catcher, after him. Adam Lowen once the 4th overall pick in the draft. That was back in 2002. He's been a starting pitcher in the big leagues. He's been an outfielder in the big leagues, and now he's a relief pitcher in the big leagues. And he strikes out Nieuwenhuis to open up the 11th. 3 consecutive strikeouts by D-backs relievers. Here comes Arcia. Arcia hit the ball to lead off the 9th inning, on which Peralta made a tremendous catch up against the right field fence. And this was it. Not sure if that gets out or not. In either case, if he doesn't catch it, it's off the wall, and Arcia, who can fly, is in at 2nd or 3rd at least.
And that was leading off the inning in the 9th, so that was a huge out. I mentioned it earlier in the ball game. Arcia has hit the ball to the right side 4 times. All 4 times he's hit it hard. A line drive to right, a base hit to right, a line drive to second, and that deep fly ball that Peralta nabbed up against the fence.
His RBI single in the 4th with his first major league hit. This is just his 3rd game. Foul ground, Goldie on the run. Nobody does that better. The over-the-shoulder catch in foul ground while he's got his back turned to the field. He makes it look routine. Martin Maldonado now. He's 0 for 2. He's walked twice, once intentionally. Maldonado, you may recall, has homered in extras against the Diamondbacks. That was last year at Miller Park, May 31st, off Fidel Nuno. And this was in the bottom of the 17th inning on a getaway day Sunday. The Maldonado homer, one of only 2 hits off Fidel Nuno in 5 1/3 innings of long relief in that game. He had been outstanding and is now in Seattle. Milwaukee won that game 7-6 on the Maldonado homer. He's got a career high 7-game hitting streak on the line right now. Pitcher spot is due up next, and the backup catcher, Manny Pena, is in the on-deck circle. 2-0 is in there, first strike. Dodgers have lost at home to the Red Sox 9-0. Boston scored 9 times. Knuckleballer Stephen Wright on the mound in that ball game. He beat Scott Kazmir. Rockies, who are really getting close in the wild card, which is only 3 out. Colorado National League wild card.
I think that's what it was going into play tonight.
They lost to the Marlins at Coors Field 5-3. Giants beaten in Washington 5-1. Padres at home, they trail the Phillies 5-3. It's been a rough night for the NL West. That game in San Diego, the only other game still in action across the major league calendar. Full count, 3-2. Castillo collects that one, and Adam Lowen gets in line with the Diamondback bullpen, works a 1-2-3 inning. Goldie, Lamb, and Tomas 3, 4, and 5 due up. Against the new Brewer pitcher, it's the right-hander Blaine Boyer. He last pitched Wednesday at San Diego. It didn't go well. He worked 1 inning, gave up a hit, an earned run, a walk, and he hit a batter. 40 appearances this year, and ERA just to tick above 3.5. They'll work to Goldie, Lamb, and Tomas, 3, 4, and 5. Goldie tonight has grounded out twice, walked twice, once intentionally. Boyer really unusual. He gets his grip on his baseball with his hands above his head and doesn't come back down to the waist when he comes set. He just pitches right from there. One and one.
I would assume that's something meant to disrupt the timing of a hitter. The extra time it takes to pull that ball and glove down from up above his head and then deliver it to home plate. Yeah, maybe.
Out of play. Boyer's been a workhorse back there in the bullpen for the Brewers. He made the opening day roster as a non-roster invitee to spring training. Baxter's changing outfits, trying to find the right combination. Two and two. Slider missed, and it's a full count, 3-2. Jake Lamb on deck. Base hit. He drops it into right center when he runs aboard to lead off the 11th. Jake Lamb, that bruised left hand, feeling a whole lot better. He has hit safely in 5 of his last 6 games. He's homered in his last 2 games, but so far tonight 0 for 4. Rally caps are in place. Each team now with 6 hits.
Brewers look like they're expecting a possible bunt from Jake Lamb. VR drawn in already at third base.
Fastball is in there for strike 1. Two on Jake Lamb.
Dave McKay with a quick reminder to Goldie down there at first base. Ahead in the count 0-2. This is where Boyer might try to waste a breaking ball in the dirt. So be heads up as the base runner. If that ball gets away at all from Maldonado, Goldie could move up into scoring position.
base hit for Lamb. He knocks it into center. Goldie will stop at second. Winning run in scoring position with no outs for the man who's already homered twice tonight, Yasmany Tomas. His first at bat in the second. He hammered a hanging curveball and a 3-2 pitch out to left. Then in the fourth, he went the other way. Yasmany Tomas.
9 times in D-backs history, a player has hit 3 homers in one game. 7 players have been involved. Steve Finley, Luis Gonzalez, each have done it twice. Chris Young, Damian Easley, Shea Hillenbrand, and Rubio Durazo. Might as well add Yasmany's name to that list.
Diamondbacks have 2 walk-off wins this year. One was a Tomas single that beat the Cubs back in April. Ball 1. This was what it looked like off Trevor Cahill. A pitch under his neck. He dunked it into left. St. Chris Owens home with a winning run. Tell you what, if he hits another home run here, it would be his 3rd of the game. It would also give you your Valley Honda dealer key to the game, which was tacos and pizza.
Tacos and pizza.
And we'll settle for the single. Goldie at second, Lamb at first, nobody out. Boy, Yasmany continues to lay off those pitches he used to always swing at and most often miss. And again, he's ahead in the count 2-0. He has been a much more disciplined hitter over the last several weeks. Out of play. Counting tonight, 8 home runs in his last 12 games. He's now got 21 on the year. Bullpen for the Diamondbacks has been outstanding tonight. Hathaway, Delgado, Burgos, Barrett, Hudson, and Lowen. They have all combined to give up only 2 hits. Two and two. Craig Counsell's Brewers have won only 2 road series all season long. Battling.
Sounded like a broken bat right there by Yasmany. He got jammed a little bit, that pitch up and in. said that was the first time Yasmani's chased a pitch out of the strike zone, but I have to give him credit. They were down, and he's a good low ball hitter.
Struck him out. One down in the 11th.
He's a good low ball hitter. With 2 strikes, he's got to protect. That's too close to take right there, but a little bit higher than Yasmani could handle.
A chance for David Peralta to be the hero. David singled in the 7th. He's 1 for 4. He's up there with a winning run at second base and 1 out. Diamondbacks got the leadoff man aboard in the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th, and each time they failed to score. On David Peralta. Arce, the rookie shortstop, keeps sneaking in behind Goldie at second base. Just trying to make his presence felt back there. But now with an 0-1 count on Peralta, he'll move back over away from the bag. David down, no balls and 2 strikes.
That's important. Jake Lamb gets a good jump over there at first base as well. Try to stay out of that double play. Keep the inning going should David Peralta happen to hit one on the ground to an infielder.
Singles by Goldschmidt and Lamb to lead off the inning. Tomas struck out, 0-2 on Peralta. Boyer about to throw his 20th pitch of this inning. Bullpen is quiet for the Brewers. One and 2 on David Peralta.
Hernan Perez with a slightly better than average arm out there in right field. Same thing for Neuenhuis in center. Ryan Braun, however, in left field does not throw well at all.
Goldie at second and Lamb at first. Bounced up the middle. Arcia has it, and he can't make a play. The bases are full. He tried the backhand shovel pass to Jeanette for the force on Lamb, but he dropped the ball and the bases are loaded.
After the fact, easy to say, he probably would have been better served just taking the one out at first base, the sure out at first base. But we were told that Arcia tries to make the amazing plays with regularity.
Well, he often makes them. Just his third big league game, Orlando Arcia, their future shortstop. Rick Granite's out to the mound now as Wellington Castillo steps up with the bases full and one out.
Wellington Castillo.
Paul Goldschmidt is the runner at third. Jake Lamb at second. And David Peralta at first. The winning run is 90 feet away with one out for Beef Wellington, who has walked and singled. He's 1 for 3. They score that an error on Arcia. Chase Field in beef mode.
Everybody in. Middle infielders playing at double play depth. The outfield playing very shallow. Play at a position where if you catch a fly ball right where you're standing, you feel you can throw Paul Goldschmidt out at home plate.
One and one. That would have worked too.
Tough to fight your instincts. Your instincts tell you to get out of the way. I know a lot of players that would have just turned right into this ball. Game over.
Yep. 2 balls and 1 strike on Wellington Castillo. Fastball missed away, and it's 3-1. Bases are loaded with 1 out. Ball 4. It's a walk-off, literally. And the Diamondbacks win it. Wellington Castillo, a bases-loaded walk. And the Diamondbacks win it 3-2 and 11. Not all that sexy, but it's effective.
For the 4th time this year, the Diamondbacks have walked with the bases loaded to drive home a run. We've seen that pitch called a strike all night long, but Blaine Boyer doesn't get it this time. Wellington Castillo hopping down to first base. The Diamondbacks bring home a winner.
And the D-backs just 7 and 25 since June 25th, snapped their 4-game losing streak. And they take the opener of this 3-game set with the Brewers in 11 innings. They beat Milwaukee 3-2. And that'll get us to tomorrow. Zach Greinke bobblehead day here at the ballpark. Patrick Corbin against Matt Garza. Jody Jackson standing by downstairs right in front of the Diamondback dugout. It was a good night for Wellington Castillo. 2 walks and a single. And that second walk with the bases loaded wins it for the Diamondbacks. Yasmani Tomas, another multi-homer game, his 6th of the year. And I hope Jody is prepared because they're planning a bucket celebration for her post-game guest, Wellington Castillo. Here come Tomas. Watch out, Jody. Tomas and Segura are sneaking out from the top step there. As you are joined by Beef Mode here. That gets the 3-2 win. Go ahead.
All right, Steve, thanks for the heads up there. All right, Wellington Castillo, the bases loaded walk. There you go. Third walk-off of the season for the Diamondbacks. That's not right. Now, you got water twice there. You got it out on the base paths, and you got water again. How does it feel?
Feel good. Anytime we get a W, so it feels good whatever is happening again.
When you're in that situation, is it hard to stay patient? I mean, you've had hits, you've had big hits, you've had home runs. How do you approach that situation?
You know, I was seeing the guy that just was throwing a lot of fastballs, so, and the fastball is like a sinker running a little bit, so I just was aggressive, looking something up out over the plate that I can drive. But he was throwing a sinker inside and down the zone, so I just was patient enough to don't swing those low pitches.
Now, as for the pitching tonight, very well pitched game from Braden Shipley and then throughout the bullpen. As the catcher, how nice was it to be able to execute in some of those crucial situations?
You know, Shipley was battling today. He don't have his best stuff, but he was competing in the mound, so that's what I asked for him and anybody that comes to pitch in the game. So all the guys do a really good job today.
All right, final thing, Yasmany Tomas, 2 more home runs. What are you seeing that's different right now from Yasmany?
He don't been messing his pitches. You know, he getting his pitch to drive, and he been taking good swing, and he been hitting homers. So we need that guy to stay hot.
Wellington, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Wellington Castillo here tonight, a couple of walks and a hit, and ends up bringing in that winning run here. The D-backs walk it off. We're going to send it up to the pre- and post-game set. Todd Walsh and Joe Borowski, take it away.
Jody, thank you. More from Jody Jackson in just a bit. Very quickly, Joe, you didn't think that Boyer was going to throw Castillo any strikes, but you didn't think it would end up that way, did you?
No, last thing I was thinking was the walk, especially with Castillo. We know he's very aggressive, right. But knowing in that situation, guy throws a little bit of sinker, stays off that low pitch, huge walk-off.
I do like how they mixed it up a little bit with the ice into the bubble gum. That's a whole new twist.
They're creating all types of new experiences.
Hey, if you're not winning and you know what, you win, and I like tonight, go ahead, go for it. Get creative. All right, we'll take a break here from Chase Field on this Friday night. Diamondbacks win 3-2 in extra innings, 11 actually of them. When we come back, we'll begin Diamondbacks Live, the post-game show. We'll get Bob Brenly's insights on this one, plus more from Jody Jackson on the field and inside the Arizona Diamondbacks clubhouse. And as per usual, at the top of the show, we'll hear from Diamondbacks manager Chip Hale. 3-2, the final. We'll come back with Diamondbacks Live in just a moment.